Oh damn, we back. Welcome back to Hump Day Horror, Part 2, after lunch. Had a nice spaghetti sauce on rice. And we're gonna jump back into this. I forgot to do a content warning at the beginning of the first one I did, but there's gonna be a content warning here. There's definitely some disturbing stuff in this game. Um, yeah, I mean, that's not your thing. There's lots of lots of death and stuff in this game. So there's that. I have the warnings on my YouTube whenever I go on there, so there's that. But let's dive in and let's see what happens back at the big mansion she lives in. All right, no more curses. However, we see multiple reports about other suspect curse bearers, although concerned about Amy Tomo, who apparently, after the curse stones, she entrusted Richter to continue his investigation. Let's get going. Back here again. I left Richter to continue looking for curse bearers and come home alone. What's my surroundings? I can hear the wind rustling in the trees. All right. There's the mansion. The old Shigima mansion. We rebuilt it here after the Great Kanto earthquake. It always stayed the same all these years. Even the war didn't touch it. I never liked growing up. I never liked it growing up. I always wanted to live somewhere more modern. Alright, let's learn about the house. Alright, Shigima residence. Once a warrior clan with a mansion in Honjo, now a dynasty of police officials, the Shigima family is one of considerable repute. The family estate was originally located some distance from the city, but the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 forced them to rebuild in a new location. The Shigima mansion was at one time a bustling place where members of the social elite mingled. 1 year ago, however, the head of the house was struck with a sudden melancholy, and ever since their mansion has stood silent as a grave. All right. No one in the... Oop, what the hell is that? Hey! Got one of the mockingbirds. Okay. Cool. Nice. Well, let's think. Will this really be enough to gather the soul dregs I need? What if nobody uses any more curses? I'll lose my chance to bring him back. I mean, we're gonna go inside, right? All right. All right. Summary of the previous events. After persuading Arashi and the curse bearer of the ever-burning lantern to give up his stone, Tsusumi and Iro have obtained 3 curse stones in total. They continue their investigation of town in search of remaining curse bearers. Let's get to it. 4 a.m. Road. 4 a.m. road. Well, with this, we have visited every place connected to the 7 mysteries. This is the last spot, huh? And we've got nothing to show for it. Even though last location looks suspect from top to bottom. Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not have been any curse bearers around. Sounds like we need to do another round before morning comes then. Or maybe. Someone's been observing our movements. What? No way. Just as I thought. Either way, we should check out this last place. Let's hope we finally get a lead. Oh, damn. All the way back to the beginning of the game. Is there anywhere else we can go? Nope. Ooh, what's this? Bulletin boards. All right. Let's go play on the gym equipment. Brutal. My boy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell is this? Is he dead? Damn it. We're too late. Was this a curse too? Hang on. I'm gonna call this in. I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna take a look around. Boss, bad news. What is it? Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. The medical unit and forensic teams are on their way, but it'll be a while before they arrive. Ah, that's bad news. So they got someone else. You think it's the work of a curse bearer? With suspicious death popping up after another, we have to assume it is. Shit. Guess we'll be stuck waiting around for a while. Alright, well. Huh? Boss, that phone is ringing. I checked out the surroundings earlier. There was no signs of curse bearers or any curse echoes around. The ringing of the phone is the only sound cutting through the quiet park. A young man in his 20s killed in cold blood. He's definitely dead, but I can't quite discern the cause from what I've seen. There's no obvious external wounds, but what is leaking from his mouth? Water? He got drowned. Wait a little longer. Let's answer that damn phone. Well, we better go check it out. You're right. Be careful. It could be a curse. Hey, I said we. You expect me to go alone? You're the ones who's tough against this stuff. Don't worry, boss. You can do it. Go on now. God damn it. Hello? Kinshibori Park phone booth. Evening, Detective Sumisi. How are things looking out there? Who is this? I finally got him. The real deal. Detective Tetsu. Himself. Ah, wait. That's Chief Inspector Tatsumi now, isn't it? You've come a long way since we last met. I asked you to identify yourself. Man, have you forgotten already? After all the time we spent together. What a time that was. As I recall, I gave you quite the runaround. Wait, is this? Fukuchika Nijima. What? Did you say Fukuchika Nijima? Like the one from the Nijima murders? Ding, ding, ding. You got it. I had a feeling that a great chief, Tsusumi, would remember me. I spent 20 long years in a cell thanks to you. That shit was not easy. You should be thanking me. You should have given you plenty of time to think to atone for your sins. Oh, ha 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 ha. What it did. I've repented. My conscience is clean as a whistle. Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit you did. I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole. What? If this is the real Fukuchika Nijima, he must still have a grudge against me for arresting him. So is this payback? Damn it. What's your goal? What's your goal? Now. You gotta understand. I've repented. Seen the light. I've been good boy since I was granted parole. Even got myself a job. I've been real serious about walking the right path. Oh, that's very nice. Keep it up. But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give a little token of thanks, or I'd never truly be able to have a fresh start. Do you get what I'm saying? No thanks. I don't need anything. No need to do all that for me. Just try and live a quiet life. Oh, it's no hassle. No hassle at all. It would be all too easy to just kill you, to tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting. That's a long time to nurture a grudge. You fucking bet it is. I let it gnaw at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. All that time, I played model prisoner, endured the harassment of those asshole guards threw at me. And I did it all for you, Sumi. So please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings. Sorry, but I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you. Shut the fuck up. That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. Alright. How do you know where I am? That's my favorite part. The sound of confusion in your voice. It's to die for. This is delicious. I can't get enough. I'm not telling you shit. Have fun raking your tiny little brain for it. What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away. I just told you I'm not coming for you yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time, I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging me for mercy. Wow, oh no, I'm so sorry, dear Nijima. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Shut the fuck up. This is exactly why I hated you so much. Yeah, it was worth a shot. You really think that would sate me? You must be crazy. Well, then we're both crazy. We've got so much in common. We should be friends. Enjoy cracking your jokes whilst you can. I'm going to kill everyone you care about one by one, and then there's no one left. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life. Boss, what about me? Wait, you're just trying to protect me. There's not a single person you care about. I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she ever were to hear that. Don't you fucking dare, I'm warning you. Oh, very nice. This is more like it. She's living all on her own now, isn't she? Attending university at all? Such a good girl. Oh my. Don't tell me she happened to live in Honjo. What? She does? No, forget it. This isn't funny, asshole. I'm going to find you and make you pay. Ah, I love it. Keep going. I want to hear you lose your mind. It's music to my ears. I look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It'll just be like old times. I won't let that happen. Okay. How'd you find me? I guess I could give you a little hint. Well, you see, I have the one-sided read. Sumi, you have the Evergreen Beach, no? You're a curse bearer? You're using the power of curse it. Indeed. And what a spectacular curse it is. But that's where the hint ends. Wahahahahahaha. God damn it. The curse echoes couldn't have fallen into worse hands. What's your goal? Ah, one more thing we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing. I thought you were finally going to shut up. I'm actually sick of you, so I'll pass. Oh, but you don't want to miss this. It's the main course. I could go after your daughter, but something tells me you'd get bored. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head. Well done. But this gift is tailor-made for you. I'm going to kill all the people you swore to protect. Every last person living here. You couldn't. Oh, but with this curse of mine, I can. I'll give you until dusk. But then, I could probably get a couple hundred people or so. And it's all be your fault. Oh, it must be so hard to know that they'll all die because of you. So tragic. Must be tearing you apart. Wahahaha. Don't fuck with me. There's no way an amateur like you could pull off a curse that strong. Unfortunately for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone is particularly strong one, which means I can have fun without even needing to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me. You're surprisingly well informed about this. Who is it that tipped you off? Who knows? But how about I kill myself first and ruin your fun? What about that, asshole? Idiot! You think I'd call it off just because you were dead? There's no running away from you. Oh, there's no running away for you. I'll find you. I won't let you get away with this. You've got 12 hours. Do you really think your paltry little organization will be able to make a dent in my plan? Oh, the sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regret. And I'll even have enough soul dregs to pull off the rite of resurrection. How splendid. Wait, Nijima, you're after the... Anyways, see you around. Bye-bye now. Well. Nijima's back. What a classy lad that is. Boss! Ariel, did you catch all that? Nijima, what is he planning? Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. But the fact that the 7 mysteries are wrapped up in this is it's gonna make things tricky. You mean Nijima being a curse bearer? Just our luck, really. Couldn't have been a worse guy. Sounds like this curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigators caught up in the crossfire. We'll use them to find out where he is, but then we're going in alone. We should try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry. Aye aye, boss. Alright. Later. It was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were uncovered that night. Nijima's threats, along with the curses, were kept secret from the general public. However, the Honjo serial killers still made international headlines following the death of the police officer Hajime Yoshimi. At Sumi's request, a large-scale investigation was launched into Fumichika's Nijima's whereabouts. Tsumi and Eriko found themselves spend the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. With that, the curtain closed on that cursed night. 12 hours to sunset. Daytime? You got some daytime gameplay? Oh, hell yeah. So that's where he's dead. That's where they find him. Sweet. Let's continue on with our old grizzled investigator. He's got the most to lose. All right. Daytime business. Tetsuo Tsumi. Let's get going. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some information. Took you long enough. Forensics had finished their investigation. The body had been carried away. That said, we're still closing the park to public, or at least the time being. This place was really giving me the creeps last night, but it looks pretty normal now with the sun out. He's been up all night gathering information. Must be nice for a young... to be young and have that kind of energy, but I'm glad to have him on my side. Gave me a chance to rest up. Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in. Thanks. Floor's yours. Serial killings. A total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including one in this park. So let's start with that one. The young man we found here. He's been identified as Shogo Uki, 25-year-old, a regular old office worker who worked around here. He died of asphyxiation due to water in his lungs. He drowned. Drowned? In the middle of the park? It's not possible. It's got to be a curse we're dealing with here. About that, boss. Isn't this part associated with one of those 7 mysteries too? It's the Whispering Canal, right? Yeah. That's right. Whispering Canal. It does seem like there'd be a link between the canal and a death by drowning, don't you think? Sharp thinking, hero. We're starting to get the hang of this. So let's assume they're related. What next? Before that, the body of a woman was found behind the residential complex in Kamizawa. Victim had been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29-year-old. She was an office worker who lived in her own area. With the cause of death, well, yes. The entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. No murder weapon was discovered in the area, but it's considered she was found. They're looking for something large, flat, and heavy. Could be crushed in one fell swoop. Hang on, you're saying she was stepped on, meaning... What is it? Crushed. Exactly. Crushing is the Footwashing Mansion's modus operandi. Place where the body was discovered, also known related to the 7 mysteries. And this was Namagaki's doing. Shit. I knew he'd used it. Judging by the amount of soul drags, the victim was a regular person, not a curse bearer. Guess we should report this to the Paranormal Affairs. Got it. And as for the 3rd victim... was identified as Kohei Junichiro, 32-year-old teacher at Komagata High School. It was found in the school courtyard. Cause of death appears to be external trauma from a fall or heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. Since he was found in the middle of the courtyard, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium or the main building. A teacher dying at school. Not just any school. Coma houses one of the 7 mysteries, which is the Fool's Procession. Right, that's what the Fool's Procession is. I suppose it's supposed to be too big of a coincidence. We can't rule out the possibility that his death was also the work of a curse. I see. Either way, it seems all 3 victims can be tied to the 7 mysteries. There's probably a curse bearer at the center of all of it, pulling the strings. But you got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction. That's right. And Hajime's case wasn't all that different either. He also died as a mysterious cause in a place of the 7 mysteries. Problem is that the timing doesn't match up. He died before the curses were activated. Could he have been hit by a different curse? One that didn't have anything to do with the 7 mysteries? That's a thought, but... if that were the case, it'd be dealing with a powerful practitioner. One who could pull off a curse like that without using a curse stone. There aren't many people these days and age that could do something like that. Oh really? I see. I don't know too much about that stuff. I'd be more surprised if you did. Alright. Agreed. That would be very strange if you knew. What do we got going on? We should think. Let's think a bit. Well, we got ourselves quite the mess. Strange deaths popping up all over the place that may or may not have something to do with the curses. Well, you need to keep looking into Yoshimi and Nijima. For now, we better start following up on a few leads we've got. Guess I'd better see what he found out. What else he found out? More about the serial killers. Lore dumps. Here we go. Well, looking at these deaths, it seems many of the curse bearers acted last night. We can't rule out there were more killings from which the bodies haven't been found. Yikes, I haven't thought of that. But there is one silver lining. Judging by our own curse stone, it seems that the curses can't be activated while the sun's out. Oh, that's great news. So basically we're safe during the daytime. Exactly. It's also likely that Nijima gave us until dusk. Ah, he must have known the curse stones couldn't be used during the day. Either way, we got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers. Aye, aye, boss. Let's do this. Alright, curse bearers. At the moment, we know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yunoro Namagaki, the Foot Washing Mansion, and Hideko Arashi, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and we got both their curse stones. And then there's Nijima, claims he has the one-sided read. Yeah, that about sums it up. Alright, we got perfect, Ever-Burning Lantern. Fool's Procession we know. And the Haunted Clappers we know. Good. We'd better figure out who the remaining 5 are. Quick. How should we go about looking for them? There's no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Tracking down Nijima may lead us to the other curse bearers too. Either way, he should be our top priority. He could do some real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little more into Yoshimi. I've got a feeling there's some connection there. Aye, aye, boss. Sounds like we got our work cut out for us. Certainly do. I asked around Asidima's Community Safety Bureau, where Yoshimi was stationed. It seems that he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michio Shirayashi. Yeah, I heard of that. He was trying to determine whether or not it was really a suicide. Looking into the height of the building, the force of the impact, her wounds, all that. He must have suspected some kind of foul play, because he ordered a full investigation. But it had already been deemed a suicide, and his superiors told him not to go stirring things up. Huh. What was the evidence? Well, according to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building. As a ways away from the road, there was no evidence of vehicular collision, so it was ruled a suicide, but he thought there was more to it. Yes, a truck or other flat face traveling at high speeds could have inflicted similar damage. In other words, a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall. So there's a chance that it wasn't suicide. But what a terrible way to go. There are no brake marks on the road, meaning that it would have been a hit and run. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all. This is turning into quite the grisly case. But the vehicle couldn't have come from a collision like that unscathed. Exactly, so I asked the traffic bureau to keep an eye out for a vehicle with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they're looking very hard. So we've got no proof. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because he was on the verge of discovering the truth. That's true. You think the driver's the one who did him in? Think it did him in? Not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics about the traffic bureau, right? His death wouldn't have covered things up. You're right on that. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit and run, it doesn't seem like enough reason to kill a cop. I don't know, maybe it is. Well, that's right. Unrelated, but I got something else too. I managed to get a hold of Michio Shirasi's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch of times over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by too. Good thinking. Hopefully it gives us some more leads. Alright, let's move to the next topic. Let's talk more about him. Remember the girl Yoshimi met the other day he died? The one? Hitomi Okuda? Community Safety didn't have any contact information for her on hand. Not even an address? Well, they had her parents' information, but when I called, they said she hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues. From the sounds of it, they even said they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. That's pretty bad. That said, she still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there. Not sure we really have time for a stakeout right now. But she could be a key witness. Can't we have a community safety tracker down for us? We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Koma High School is closed today. Ah, because of the teacher that died. That's right. Alright, well if it's not something we can do today, we may have to forget about it. Move on. We got more stuff about this guy. I got some information about the fiance, about the community safety. Her name is Mayu Chozawa. 27-year-old. She works as a beautician in the area. Look, even I managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beauty. But, oh boy, here it comes. But what? Community Safety has been able to contact her since Yoshimi died, but not by phone or at her house. In other words, no response. Dead silence. There it is. Can't things just be easy for once? What a beaut. Alright. Mayu is a beautician, and her fiance is Hajime, a police officer with the Sudoma Police Department. Mayu currently whereabouts unknown. It's definitely starting to look suspect. A crime of passion, perhaps? It's fairly common for people to be killed by their lover or a spouse. But Yoshimi was well liked, and they'd been together for over 10 years. You never know. Things could be different behind the closed doors. I guess so. But, we'll have to consider the opposite scenario too. Could have been the same person who was out for Yoshimi is after his fiancée as well. She could be in danger. You're right. Either way, she's important to the case. HQ already had people looking for her. Well, we'll know as soon as she's found. Yeah, they should probably find her. Alright. Nijima. HQ has mobilized in a search for Nijima, but so far haven't received any word. Guessing he wasn't at home or at work. About that. Apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago. You serious? So we have no idea where he lives? It gets worse. I checked out with the factory he was working at. They told me he's only there for a month before he quit. Hold on a second, you're telling me that nobody caught that? Well, I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Turns out he'd been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking in his workplace. He was incompetent. He was a piece of garbage. What a bad patrol officer. Bad boy. He also said that he lost track of Nijima when he moved to a new place. Jeez, this is just sloppy. Especially for a guy like that. Insanity. I heard that they're giving patrol to just about anyone these days because they're running out of room in the prisons. Which also means there aren't enough probation officers to go around. Dude's probably overworked. So Nijima got to fuck about unsupervised. God damn it. That asshole is annoyingly good at faking remorse or insanity, whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, he started talking. Just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth. Probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That explained why he so brazenly made contact. That asshole, he's mocking us. Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshot have been filed. That's going to take way too long. We only have until dusk. It's true. Speaking of Nijima, yeah. Did you manage to reach your daughter? It'd be best to put her in a protective custody as soon as possible. Not yet. I can't reach her. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to her house either. That's not good. Does that mean she never came home? And why weren't you the one trying to reach her? Shut up! I don't have her contact information. Alright? Damn, she really doesn't trust you, huh? Either way, I told her mother that I was in an emergency and we'd send an officer to find her and get her to safety. She was reluctant, but I got her to agree. I guess that explains why you got a divorce. But if you, her former father, can't find her, then how the hell did Nijima do it? Former, eh? That cuts deep. Yikes, sorry, kinda slipped out. Anyways, I suspect it has something to do with his curse echo. Back on the topic already, huh? He said his curse could kill a lot of people in a short time. It may even allow him to act from a distance. The one-sided read. That's the story. What's the story about again? Something about a man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up. Ah, right. One of the more gruesome of the 7 mysteries. Definitely one of the more gruesome ones. But the woman, in this case, is not a woman at all. And it is our nice, fun detective here. As for Nijima's whereabouts, all we can do is throw more people till we find something. It's true. I'll check with HQ frequently to see if they got any updates. And that's about it. Ah, here we go. Shall we continue our investigation? We can go to Koma High School to look into Hidemo Okuda or the Michio's house and find more about her. There's a lot we need to do, but not a lot we can do. This ain't looking good. We're gonna run out of time if we don't do something. Gotta keep moving. Alright, well, we'll see what happens over here. We'll try and keep the progression going linearly, so we get, not jumping ahead of stuff. Bringing your friend back from the dead means she'll have to pay the price. Yako makes it home safely, but still isn't sure about how to proceed with her curse. She worries about Mio as the night passes. No! Mio's gotta live. Alright. 8 a.m. Hey, Mio! That makes me happy. Oh, good morning, Yako. Yako, rise and shine. You're up. Huh? It's morning. Are you okay? Can you remember your name? Spectre of the Spirit Board. Duh, I'm the Spectre of the Spirit Board. I mean, we know her name is this, but should we just troll her? Let's try it. I'm the Spectre of the Spirit Board. No, don't fall back asleep. You mustn't be still dreaming. Wake up. Yes, I'm Yako Sakazaki. Good. Oh, Mio. Thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yep, still alive. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. But in that situation, it's the best you can hope for. I'm sorry I got you involved with something so dangerous. I mean, I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. It's okay. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also feel bad that you've been wrapped up in all of this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening. Oh yeah, you said something about that last night. Just who are you exactly, Mio? Me? The truth is, I've been trained in things having to do with the supernatural. Huh? You mean you can learn that kind of stuff? Like you would a flower arranging? That's a very strange thing. I had quite the eventful childhood. Huh. That sounds like it must have been tough. Yes. It would take a long time to explain, so let's leave that for now. As fate would have it, I've ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like the assistant, of a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens. Wow, that's amazing! So it's like part-time job while you also be a student? Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training, so I don't get any money. Article 69, bro. Oh, you got it rough then, but still, you're really amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit. I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school. And that's why I'm going to look into the cause of all this. But for now, let's head to school. Yeah. Oh. Do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime, its powers is diminished. It should be able to. I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try? Right. Do I have it? I do have it, but Yako? Is it really so wrong trying to bring Michiko back? I mean, I can't approve of it. The right may seem like a dream come true, but if involves taking the lives of other people, then oh, yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe, and that's what I'll put before anything else. I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? Yako. I promise I won't use the curse no matter what, but maybe there's some other way. I just have this feeling that I shouldn't give up on the possibilities just yet. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curses. For Michio, that still exists within me. I'll settle things that so we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Right. Thank you, Mio. Okay, let's go. Going to the candy shop. An old-fashioned candy shop located on the street corner in Honjo. It has been in Yako Sazaki's family for 3 generations. On the weekends, you can spot Yako watching over the store, cooking monjaki and playing traditional tops and card games with the local children. Okay, cool. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it's not uncommon to see these largely privately owned businesses become something more like a general store, selling food, drinks, utensils, and other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops in the dirt ground floor of their home. Cool. Known as Doma. With a space at the back where customers eat monjaki, as well as arcade games and capsule toy machines in the front. Such facilities make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrived during the period of high economic growth when many confectionaries manufactured entered the market, are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and change in children's interests and tastes. So I bet you our lovely detective man has been here, seeing as he is a sweets aficionado. Huh? I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I'll go ask. Thanks. Alright, see you later, Mio. This isn't good. Huh? What happened? Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something. Uh-huh. Okay. Mr. Jonarucci was found dead in the middle of the school grounds. Well, what? They're closing the school for today. That's not all. I didn't know this either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. What? There's no way. What? Could it be? Because the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Jonashiro's body was in the middle of the grounds, but his body was covered in bruises like he'd fallen from somewhere high. Weird. Taking into account the unnatural death and the timing, it's likely it has something to do with the curse. You're saying someone used the curse on him the last night? Seems like it, doesn't it? But that's so scary. Yeesh. So these curses really do kill people. Yeah, duh. Come on, Yakko. Yakko! You gotta really... it's ridiculous. And someone used it. Keep your voice down. What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Sorry. Koi was an honor student. Yeah, top of his class, aspired to teacher, figured. What is this? Okay, here we go. His deceased body was discovered in the school grounds. Done. Okay. We know everything else about him. I wish we had a little more information, but they've locked the front gate. Maybe we could sneak in through the back entrance. That person over there. Isn't that Itomi Okuda? You're right. That's unusual. But she was at the school last night, too. She must know something about Mr. Jorashiro. Let's see what she has to say. Oh. Wait for me. Huh? So you're telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense in hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you. She owes you? Yeah, right. After I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble. She gave me one of those, exorcisms. What? Oh, so that's what it was. Oh, there you go. Did you hear about Jonashiri? Jonachiri? Heard about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it at the school grounds myself. What? You saw it happen? Tell us about it. What happened exactly? Don't really know myself. It was pitch black. What can I tell you? It was almost done, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden. He ran to the grounds like something was chasing him and then screamed. Somebody help me. Forgive me, Michio. Or something like that. I was running around. Michio! He mentioned Michio. And there was... Was there anyone else on the grounds? It was too dark to see from where I was. But just for a second, I think there was a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids. Oh? I didn't go out and make sure, so I could have had been nothing else. But from what I heard, begging for his life, I was wrong. I'll do anything. Then all of a sudden, his arms and legs were snapped, and even though he was just standing there. That's pretty wild, actually. Arms and legs broke without anything being done to him. He fell over and just quit moving, so I thought, I better get out of here. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Then he croaked. That's all I saw. I see. But from what you told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased him down. chased down Mr. Judoruchi and killed him. Well, if I know anything about that, I'm just telling you what I heard him say. Did you tell that story to the police? Nope. And I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they believe such an insane story anyways. Hey. Now, there must have been at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Oh, sad. Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. Oh, he did? I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. That pissed me off too, I guess. You got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. Huh? It wasn't? Yeah, it's just an unfortunate coincidence. Though, I'm sure that was hard enough for you. Alright, we'll keep on pressing her on this. That's all I know about that asshole's death. Hey, Mio, been thinking of something. The way she described it reminds me of something. The way Mr. Joishiro died sounds a lot like how Michio died. Of course. I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in was like she had fallen from a high up, but they could have been killed in the same curse. I don't think so. The Curse of the Seven Mysterious hadn't manifested the way it died. But if we can trust that spirit board said, then Michio's died in an accident. Oh, right. That's all I know about that asshole's death. Okay. Alright. How'd your exorcism go? It told me. You were possessed by some kind of evil spirit? I don't understand it all too well myself, but all I can say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. Yep, some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated, as they struggle to relate to people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been very hard. But that's how it works. Do people also have their personality taken over when they're possessed too? It is possible with spirits who have very close relationships with their targets, like siblings or parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that these negative effects can start to appear. So, the seances or whatever you see on TV are all bogus? Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call. Though, there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense or deep connection with the person. But even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the person they possess. And even if they could, it'd only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their very own to begin with. But if that's the case, wouldn't you not know if you were choosing that behavior on your own will or not? Hence why there's lots of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Though, the spirit may influence the behavior and the memories of the host. The deeper their connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is pretty complicated, huh? Damn right it is. It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Whatever. Might happen to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. Yeah, it's not like being able to see them is your fault either. The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too for the little training. I think I'll pass. Alright, more about the exorcism. So that's why you do the job you do, huh, Mio? I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up all of a sudden saying she was gonna exorcise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out. Tried to perform an exorcism but without telling her anything? You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much you explain. They'll only accept my explanation after they see some results. Yeah, I mean, that's true. If someone came up to me and was like, hey, I'm gonna exercise you, I'd be like, I don't think so, man. Not a chance. You're crazy. Alright. Hitomi, last night, before you witnessed Mr. Jonuchiro's collapse, can I ask you what you were doing in the classroom? You gonna tell the cops? Oh, right. With everything happening with Mr. Jonuchiro, they'll suspect you told them they saw you with him last night. Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. You say so, and I don't mind telling you about it. Last night, that piece of shit called me over here, acting like he was going to attack me or something. What? How terrible. Whatever. I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer on society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was always acting like scum, if you ask me. Is that so? Could you tell us more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night? Yeah. It's hard to explain. Where to start? It's hard to explain where to start. Okay, so I guess we gotta... Alright, let's learn about this guy's misdeeds. What do you mean by acting like scum? What was he doing? Was he doing something bad? You know Michio Shiriashi, right? The girl who killed herself? Huh? Michiro? I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her. Called her up after school, make her do whatever he wanted. Oh. What do you mean, say whatever he wanted? I'll leave it to your imagination. Nothing that a couple of model students like you would ever get involved in. Yeah, that's... Pretty bad. Alright. I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this? Yeko, I know how you feel, but you have to try to calm down. You got guts acting like you were her friend. Janotri really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt like she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. How do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around the school people go when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him, asking what he was doing. Walked in on it. I couldn't just leave her alone, looking like she was about to cry, and I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread it around and stuff. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and kept it a secret. She probably thought that she had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. And she kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. No. Alright, well. I mean, he probably deserved getting all his limbs snapped and dead in the middle of the place, to be honest. Way it goes. Of course, Janucci didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. Don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I got involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. Hitomi, you knew about it, then why didn't you... What, you trying to say stuff's my fault? She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell more responsibility do I have than other what I already did? Yako? There's no point in blaming him. Yeah. True. No point in blaming her. Alright, what's the dirt? Did you hear what the dirt was? Nope. Never heard what it was. But from the sounds of it, he'd been blackmailing her since a year ago. For that long. The dick probably caught her doing something she should have been doing. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye, you know? There must be some reason. Dunno? Got nothing to do with me. So what are you doing in that damn classroom? So last night, how did it start? Ah, right. Remember that nosy cop I mentioned, who was always on my case? He died at the former Yoshida Gardens a couple days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. Didn't look like a cop at all. Real rough guy, but just but good looking out of the folks. So he was the only one I could talk to. Huh? There was someone like that with the police? Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act so shy, like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age. She was like me, and she was on my side. It must have been terrible loss for her too. Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about it. How sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died. Oh no. Yeah, what happened to the gardens? Let's get the info. Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to the park. Then he'd listen to whatever I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over there like usual. But something seemed off about him, like he was worried about something. Worried about something? Yeah. He asked me for a favor, too. That was pretty unusual. Favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him. Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured that if that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. That wasn't all. Then he told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman had and looked like this one. Why does she have one with him? Okay. Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. Okay. While they were together, he noticed that she had a special talisman or something. But apparently, Michio had avoided the subject. A talisman that Michio had. Interesting. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me to said, could there have been something that Michio couldn't tell even the police about? I know things at home were a bit complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Joichiro was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. Michio, what is it they had such a strong grip on you? So basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eyes on Michio, but on her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. Since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside, there was just a weird, kind of grimy looking scrap of wood. So you've seen the inside of it. But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking was such a pain in the ass, I figured it had to be serious about it. Oh. And since he died right after that, yeah. He even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans, give them to the guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was going to happen to him. Nakagoshi? Do you know him, Mio? No, I've just heard the name, I think. So there really is a Nakagoshi. Well, that's a relief at least. Anyways, I didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. That's fair enough. Don't want to don't want to do that. Hitomi, yeah? That talisman, would you mind if I look at it? Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. Oh, okay. So what were you doing in the classroom? Talisman? Yeah. Figure that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, I can't talk about it now, come to the school tonight. He even gave me the code to the lock of the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he used it for secret meetings before. Yep. Gross. We climbed over the front gate to get in. Yeah. We met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. But nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about it, and it was fault that only if I hadn't been around or something. What? He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Are you okay? Yeah, that's right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Junichiro was freaking out. My gosh, good thing we got away. So it's really all thanks to you two that I got away. I didn't get any info about the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterwards, I was wondering what you two were up to, so I hid nearby. Then I saw an old man, Ashimiya, talking, and then Mio showed up. Oh, you did? That's why I saw Junichiro come back outside and bite it. See, so you're the only one looking for... You're only here to look for Michio's talisman. Good stuff. Let's learn more about the classroom. I was dumb to fall for that creep Junichiro's trap so easy. I could have gone a lot worse, but I lucked out. That's true. Alright. What you described does sound like Michio killed Junichiro. She did have a reason to hate him after all. No way. You mean it really was a ghost? Like, for real? For real? Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it'd usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible they could possess something close to them that act on those lingering regrets. Wonder if that's what happened. Alright, supposing that the spirit board said it's true and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. She really hadn't given up on living, that's all. I don't think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation. I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. Good. Alright. We found the truth. And that's all I know. I'm not that happy. I mean, it's all pretty... Still gotta look for that talisman. Sure. Thanks, Hitomi. Oh. And if you two find anything about the talisman, we'll be sure to let you know. Oh. Can we get your contact info? Where can we normally find you? Right. I'm not at home most of the time. Usually at a friend's place. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We'll call you. We'll call her if we need to talk to you. What is it? You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kind of scared at first, but not anymore. Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyways, catch you later. And don't die out there, okay? Thanks. Be careful. Alright. There we go. Alright then. That's exactly where I find her. I find her on all platforms. We got a lot of new information. Yeah, we certainly did. Sounds like Mr. Jonutri was killed by a curse, just as we thought. Which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact. Multiple, you think so? Yes. The curse echoes we experienced in the school and the one that killed Mr. Jonotri seem to be different. The people in the school at the time other than us were Mr. Jonotri, Hitomi, and the old man Ashimiya, who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in the school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she was one. Mr. Jonotri is pretty suspicious, though. Yep. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right, and that's why I was saying there were multiple. Oh, right, the person who killed Jonichiro would have been one too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or old man Ashimiya. Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them. That said, the mysterious girl, the fact that Mr. Jonichiro thought it was Michio that was attacking him, has me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh, I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Arashi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely he's involved with curses, given that he's the one doing the research on the rite of resurrection. So we'll have to be careful of Old Man Ashima and Mr. Arashi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what we do know now, if I'm responsible for the Feast of Shadows, to set this off and how they did it. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its source. Huh, makes sense. Which case, next we should do what exactly? We'll need to talk with Mr. Ariashi. He definitely knows something. It's definitely safer during the day, so I think we can try and look for him. Got it. I'll help in any way I can. But the school's closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where'd he go then? Oh my god. Bridge. The high school candy shop. Gardens. Where the hell would someone know where he'd be? The high school? We'll go back to the high school, see if someone's there. So many options. Yeah. And so, decide on their next location to investigate. Oh. I guess. Okay, so not the high school. It's not gonna be the high school. Not gonna be the candy shop. The bridge? The gardens? Take a look at the gardens, I guess? They're just standing around. Uh-huh. What's the... Well, we'll try them all. See if anything progresses it. Alright. Same dialogue. Perfect. Get a nice... I do very much enjoy just two awkward girls not actually investigating, but just having a pan around, be like, ooh, what's going on? Okay. So I guess we gotta go to the candy shop. Just like 50 Cent told us. Oh, same thing? All of them are the same? Sweet. Okay. Well. Does his shirt get lower? Maybe his shirt gets lower. Throughout the night, Richter continues to gather information about the curse stones while Haru lies awake until dawn, preoccupied by the prospect of bringing her lost child back to life. Let's do it. The Shikima Mansion. Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How's your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night, then. That aside, why are you late this morning? There's, unfortunately, some things can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what limited time I had. Very well, let's talk. Alright, this old mansion is where I was born and raised. This town is beginning to wake up once more. The clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drifts from the industrious area. No one's in the mansion at the moment. The door has been locked shut. The housekeeper has already left after cleaning and preparing food. Nice. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. Alright. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Our current plan is to steal the curse stones that's already absorbed the soul drag's butt. I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with the curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes. Oh. I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect. Compensation? Cash, for instance? That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shigimas, would it? Of course, why any amount would be fine if I'd get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way I went back for the ransom. Sure. Okay. With that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. We may be surrounded by curses and death, but it matters little. Matters little. My only concern is whether I can see my child again. Alright, do you have any curse bearers with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems to be other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. Did you see the news this morning? No. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in the area. They've yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they have nicknamed the Honjo serial. They've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. This garnered quite some attention on the streets. Oh my! Only 3? That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And as for those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity as though throughout the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up bait to spur them into action, and then offer them the deal. Seems... I mean, baiting them into killing people just sounds like murder, straight up. Alright, let's see. They don't seem proactive. Wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all? You mentioned hearing an agonizing voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the cursed stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. So you're thinking this person is not the one, is not one of the curse bearers? You got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect the soul dregs if they were after the rite, this would be very risky, since as a curse bearer, they themselves would become a target. So it'd actually be more convenient for them to curse, for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right. But despite that, we've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect the soul dregs themselves? You mean their intention was to steal the souls while they were the curse bearers, complete each with each what the hell? You mean brain's not working. You mean their intention was also to steal the souls while the others curse bearers compete with each other from the start. Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is safer course of action, which is why I figured best for us to attempt the same strategy. So how should we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. Ooh, more about curse bearers. So much. If there's a mastermind inside the curse bearers to collect the soul dregs, we can be sure there even is a... Can we be sure there's even a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite of resurrection could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur on the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught. Do you want to give up, ma'am? Never. Never. Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it out for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. I mean, that's a fair thing about it. Alright, more about curse bearers. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigation into all of them, but only managed to get detailed information on 2. They're quick, I suppose that'll be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. First, Amy Tano, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Arts. She's in Toronto University of Arts. She currently lives alone in an apartment near the Medici Park. You even determined her address. You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. I called every single university with Ukiyo-e in the curriculum pretending to be her parent. I went around to check on her place on the way here. Doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. I mean, she was basically bluntly asking people if they're murderers, so it's a good way to get gone. Did you attempt to follow her last night? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She's planning to steal the curse stones just like us, but it's best we act carefully around her. Alright, more about curse bearers. The next is the tall man who dressed in black. I met him near Kinshiro. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him. Impressive. What can I say? What did we get on him? Yep, he's the soap guy. Chairwoman believed. Okay. The Hyako Soaps. Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct? Yes, they've been here for a while. But it's only the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about the chemical plants dumping waste into the river. Most companies back then were more concerned by making a profit than protecting the environment. As we know, I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later. Let's hope you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing the right would be beneficial for their product research into the beauty and skincare. Ha! Now that's an interesting thought. More corpse bearers. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night. This one seemed to be out collecting soul dregs, right? Oh, this guy. Indeed, I couldn't get a good look at him, though. I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. That's a shame. But I can make an educated guess. You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the rite of resurrection? The one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Ariashi. And the man I met was very similar in stature. Oh my, even he's involved? How awfully suspect. Considering his background, could he be one who initiated the whole affair? I think it's possible, yes. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. Understandable. Of course, I wanted to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. What else you got on Curse Bearers? I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Ihaku Soaps to see the man in black. Their headquarters are down south of Uesui Street? Sure. Alright, about the kidnapping. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Koma High School. The person was identified as a school teacher. His name was Koi Jonuutri. Do you think he was a curse bearer? Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead. Just when we were getting somewhere. It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiriashi's residence. It'd be wise to pay it a visit. In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shirashi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yashuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they're bound to inspire strange rumors. But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no? It's true. Both occurred a week before this accursed situation began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved with even those killings. How? What if they were preliminary steps to awakening the Seven Mysteries curse? What if? Can we really assume that they're unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if we were connected to the curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too. If you were investigating this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind. You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. Might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. In that case, I trust you'll decide on where we should go, ma'am. Keep to think. Where should we begin my search? Which places stood out the most so far? Alright, already did that. Let's go. Let's get our suds up. Let's get soapy. The Hihaku Soap headquarters are on the other side of the South Warigetsui Street. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now. Business offices. I think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why the director and now chairwoman Natsue Yamamori is called the Queen. Yes. All right, let's learn about soap. A chemical producer that ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetic market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established after the war in 1946, founder Natsue Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and well-timed economic boon to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded and the industrialization of the Sumida city, the companies continued to expand, digging its roots deep in the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing on its branding toward the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. So much more. The company name, Hihaku, had also referred to kisari, a type of pattern fabric. Very good. Oh, my person of interest. Natsue Yamamori. She's the company chairwoman. Alright, Natsue, is the former president of Hihaku Soaps, a large chemical company. Though she retired from her position 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company in her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. Is she the queen, or is she the witch? Prior to the war, Natsu enjoyed working her dream job as a textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world, however, when the factory was destroyed by fire during the war. She was ordered to rework fabrics, and she had painstakingly crafted it into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of Western-style clothing in the post-war period, Natsu left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can still be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns images woven with dyed fibers. Dyed fibers. Woo! Alright. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsu had saw business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained good reputation. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsui ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku soaps into a household name. There you go. She got that grind. 24/7 grind to get that drip marketing. It's the way it goes. I think it's possible he's acting on her orders. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrecting as the next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. True. Probably just the surroundings. Back in the Edo period, the canal known as the South Warigetsui ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. It's a bit away from Kinshiro Station or Rogoyuk Station, but it's still close, considered a nice area. The stories of the ever-burning lantern and the foot-washing mansion both took place around here. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by the road as well. Quite a lively area, huh? I suppose you could call it somewhat of a city center. What do we got here? Alright. Wagarasui, literature, partitioning ditch. Nice. It's the partitioning ditch. Refers to a waterway dug down the middle of the road so as to divide it. As the dawn of the Edo period, the Honjo district was little more than a collective of suburban rice farms. As the area became more developed, the South Warigetsui was excavated in order to drain rainwater into the Yokojikan River to the east. Wow. Though it served the people long and faithful, it was covered in the underground culvert. Oh, it was converted into an underground culvert at the beginning of the Showa era. In the present, no trace of it remains on the surface, but the street that bears its name. Nice. Okay. More soap. Business is up and running. See people in the reception area. Nice. Surroundings. Okay. I guess I gotta think. So an influential person at Hyaku Soaps is potentially a curse bearer. Richter proposed we use money to negotiate the curse stones, but we could hardly outbid a large corporation if it came down to it. No, and that's the true curse. Look at Richter. Tells me he barely slept last night. Yeah, he seems to be brimming with energy. Was I too that resilient at his age? Perhaps it was set apart as a detective from the rest. Yeah. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'll be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around, visit a cafe or something. Tea, perhaps? I'm going in. It may be a while, so find somewhere to kill time. Good luck in there. Good luck, bro. I just stood here, staring, waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting. How'd it go? I'll fast forward the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night. Doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed that we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me? Alright, I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I ran into him last night. However, you said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor to ask of you. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you talking about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer now. You're right. We lack time. I'll confess, I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It's a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take its responsibility and dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business was specialized in scrubbing curses clean. Good old Richter and his puns. Is this a pejorative, Mr. This is the prerogative of Mrs. Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Mrs. Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it into the pile of dirt it once... She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it is now the site of these curses run rampant. So you're telling me the Queen of Hirahaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There's a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamioto. The hell's Suigen Gamioto? Who gallantly is working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. You don't understand the urgency of this matter. These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by the wicked belonging to possessed people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable actions. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, then you must hand over the curse stone at once. Very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If I tell you... If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. We have 6. 6? Whoa! I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. It seems we are on the same page. If that's the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. This guy's full of shit. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now? Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to, but I promise I'll return with it later. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume. How prudent of you. I'll oblige. Alright. So they aren't after the right after all? I wouldn't be so quick to trust. Yeah, I wouldn't trust that man. He looks like Lurch. Not a chance. I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he's lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive. Well, now I feel gullible. The company is plotting something, and I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seems rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite not having collected any soul dragons. Perhaps the people at Haruko are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman's a witch? I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spread that Haku's chairwoman had godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. That's unsettling. A little bit. Alright, we avoid. Time being, it'll be a pain if we have to deal with him again. Let's think. What are we doing next? How interesting that the Queen of Hakuyo, or the witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the Rite of Resurrection. It's like some kind of dark fairy tale. Regardless of what it is or isn't true, we must stay one step ahead. One step ahead we stay. By the way, there's one more thing of interest. I heard while the company... Oh my gosh. By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. People were discussing whether one of the bodies found in the morning was that of Yihaku's employees. Really? So long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, the reason I believe Yihaku's Soaps is deeply involved with the Seven Mysteries, at the very least, I can assure you that I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. Alright, well. Go to the high school then. Here we are at Ground Zero, the high school. I guess it's logical that the police got this place shut down. Teacher's body was found after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now and that the school is closed. Alright, what do we got around here? The news has attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? That works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. You can't blend in anywhere, Richter. Not a chance. Look at you. School gates. Seems the officers are still inspecting the scene. Entry has been strictly prohibited. Is that going to stop you though, Richter? Please be wary of those police officers. Maybe the police really do have something against the private investigators, just like those detective novels. 2 people have died. A teacher named Koi Junuichi and a student, Michio Shiriashi. Is there anything else to be gained here? This place is said to be connected with the story of the Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if a curse bearer decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if that teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled, since they don't know about the curses. I can ask around, see what the students have to say. Alright, let's go ask the students. I'm back, man. So what'd you learn? That the school kids love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Mr. Jonoruchi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best. Not surprising. Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought. But there was one story that caught my attention. No. Some believe that Michio is the one who killed Mr. Jonoshiri. Really? The story got 2 pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently, he's been mumbling about Michio that was going to kill him for some days now. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students. And then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that juicy don't stay a secret for long. As for the other piece of evidence, a pigtailed girl in her school uniform was seen around the school late last night. Go on. Although people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some are proposing that Michio was brought back to life, or that it was her vengeful spirit. But it's not like Michio's the only high school girl to wear pigtails. This rumor might have been made up just to fan the flames. But if it were true, I want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping. If she's alive, that'd be ideal. There's still one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. A student had a list of students' addresses on hand. That's very strange. I don't like that one bit. That's an amazing find. You just gave it away to this guy? I believe all of the students actually have a copy of said list. It truly worries me how easy it is to obtain what should be confidential. Yes, no, exactly. Messed up. Imagine what happened if that information got into the wrong hands. How would you be so sure? Let's hope it stays that way. In the meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio's house. Easy or uneasy after learning of the murders. It may do them good to stay home for some time, if not to fear for the safety. The police are probably too wrapped up solving the case to be concerned about the student's mental health. I can see that. It's important that society provides a safe environment for those to benefit for our youth. Some school policies should use some rewriting, especially those handling the student's personal information. That's right, I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again. I expect criminals to grow more cunning as time passes. There may be times where the authorities can't keep up. That's where outlaws such as myself come in. What's this about? Actually, I forgot. Just forget that I said anything. Alright, yeah, very talked in. Alright, what do we got? Michio's home. I'd expect her family might be able to tell us more about it, but it's a hard topic to bring up as soon after her suicide. However, it's normal for a high school girl to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activity. Alright, well. Let's go. To her house. With the information given to this guy of all people. How did it go? I went to visit Michio's family home, however. No one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door, and all the lights were out. Seems to have been empty for a while now. There was a stack of newspapers out front. Okay. It's a bit quieter over here. It's a residential area after all. All these rundown row houses really scream working class, don't they? Wow. Privileged much? What the hell is that? Literally bourgeoisie. I've never liked these messy and cluttered back streets. They give me the jitters every time. It's reassuring to have someone as strong and tall as Richter accompanying me. He looks so unfazed. I suppose a detective is used to this kind of thing anyways. Investigating and chasing criminals. I wouldn't be cut out for it. I don't understand why no one's come to this house, even after Michio's committed suicide. I wonder if this place is okay. Social connections run deep in the working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. Met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out, Shiriashi's reputation really went down to the dumps in the past year. Is that so? I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Their previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, and now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which in similar situations, helping and being helped in turn. So far, so good. What happened? Well, as I said, their reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband had moved into the household. His name was apparently Kenichiro Aiwa. Aiwa? He is hot. This guy, Richter is certainly hot, right? Like, why do you think schoolgirls give him all the information? He's also getting the hot gossip from all the old ladies. It's great. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow everyone knew his name. So what is this Aiwai character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the house. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screaming pleading with him not to hit Michio. That's terrible. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Though the Shiriashis standing in the neighborhood, the Shiriashis standing in the neighborhoods plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. Sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current law, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. What the fuck? What are you talking about? And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Aiwai, and Toshikyo had admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Aiwai hasn't returned to the house. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstance, but just as many were fed up with the Shiriashis entirely, and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down. It seemed that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living here. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish good-for-nothing in the first place? I've heard many stories where partners' personalities does a completely turn after entering a relationship. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. Yeah, for the bourgeoisie literally living in a palace. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Whoa. Common law husband of Michio Shiriashi, mother. Of Shiriashi's mother, Toshiko Shiriashi. Kenichiro started coming and going from the Shiriashi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. Oh. Yeah, right? Like, look at this guy. Straight up goblin. Alright. Alright, what do we think about that? The Shiriashis were dealt a tough hand. I can't imagine what it was like. Could it be the girl was forced by her circumstances to take part in the kidnapping? Oh, hell yeah. That bald-ass man? Definitely the guy we're looking for. But the Shiriashis certainly hadn't lucked out with theirs, bringing such a violent man into it. Oh, of course. Oh, okay. So, what do we got? No surroundings. Thinking. Tough hand. Perfect. It's time to move. Not back to the school. Not there. Looks like we're going to... Let's go have a play date at the park. Bolt does equal evil, actually. In most Japanese games, yeah, I would say bald people are more evil. The more hair on your head, that... I don't know. Bald can be evil, and crazy hairstyles also could mean evil. We're here. This is Midorichi Park. Alright. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. Let's think about it. It seems picking up... I'm just going to call her Amy. Amy's trail is out of the question for now. Why did we even come here? Okay, let's look at him again. It's always heartwarming to see children playing in the park. Richter seems to like kids. Perhaps because they're on the same wavelength. He's like my long-lost son. Well, let's talk to him. We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't we check out her apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I'd like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace of her movements. Then be my guest. Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am. So, nothing? I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned, however. I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping a watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. Interesting. You've got sharp eyes to have noticed them despite them being so covert. What can I say? Part of the job. However, I meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. Wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. You're planning to go that far? Hey man, look at him. Look at Richter. Check up on your electrical usage every day. This place is connected with a story of the Taiko of Tsugaru. It's the big tower with the drums. Not only that, but Katsuhiko's Hokuisai home was also in this area. That might be why Amy chose to live here. You'll learn more about this park. A small park bordering the south Waraguesui Street, sporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. Although unremarkable in most respects, its small playground always attracts a number of children come evening. While no trace remains of the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of the Tsugaru estate. The legendary artist Katsurasaku Hokusai, sure, Mr. Hokusai, is believed to have been born in the vicinity. There's a little park history for y'all. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, good going, ma'am. You found a haiku. That's a rare one. We found a haiku. It's a pun. What else you got to say? Well, Mason, we're just sticking around here. Okay, where are we going? Going back to the school? Yeah, let's go back to the school, I guess, then. High school, I guess there haven't been any developments. Okay. And where are we going? We did everything we could here. right? Back to... headquarters are on the other side of the street. Okay. More stuff over here? Can we go in the house? What's going on? What are we missing? Then we're still So, you came here too. What is it? Ah. Could you repeat what you know about one more time, Richter? The paths cross. Damn. Let's get ourselves some fancy... I can go for some fancy sushi right now. With dusk fast approaching, I have no time to waste. With that in mind, Tsutsumi and Eric Rio direct their investigation towards Komagata High School and the Shiraashi residence. Let's go! Ah, we got the sick beats again. Alright. Time to get learned. Back to the high school. Here we are. Coma High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. They can have this soundtrack forever. It's definitely the best one. Komagata High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood. This place looks safe and sturdy. What else we got around here? The news of the dead teacher has also attracted a fair share of rubberneckers. Bunch of rubberneckers. The atmosphere is kind of tense with many cops around. You're a cop. Yoshimiya looked out for these students as Sumida city officers. Juvenile delinquency has been a growing problem over the years. This school is no exception. Okay, we're gonna learn about juvenile delinquency. Mockingbirds. Let's check those first. Good. The midpoint of the Showa era saw the marked increase in delinquency among young people. A wave of violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students and often involving weapons consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Bozozuko motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached historical peaks during this period, and pompadoured Yankees and female sukaban delinquents became a common sight on the streets. We haven't seen a single pompadour though. I want pompadour characters to show up. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to the universal education policy or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, and its causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the education system. Alright, we got our sweet funk playing as we talk about delinquency. The school gates will be locked while forensics inspect the scene of the incident. Looks like they're still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. There's something on my shirt? Don't tell me. Don't tell me I stink. I'm gonna tell you stink, bro. It's time to think. Ideally, we could talk to someone who was involved with the incident. Easier said than done, though. This place isn't only connected with the case because the students are under Yoshimi's jurisdiction, but it's also the site of the Fool's Procession, and of course, where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? Yes, I do think. I absolutely think. Maybe above. Alright, we're talking to you. Oh, right, speaking of schools. What is it? You said paranormal affairs can't help us right now. Why don't we get that psychic high schooler you mentioned to help us? A lot of the people involved in this case lead back to this school anyways, so it might make things easier if we have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Yeah, remember Article 69. How can you forget Article 69, bro? Hey, who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young experts the opportunity to shine. When did you become such a smooth talker? Anyways, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout this area out. "9 a.m., a perfectly reasonable time for students to be at school, and yet I doubt it'll be that simple. I wonder if there's anyone who can help us out in this area." Nope. No, doesn't seem like it. Can't look anywhere else. That's all the talking. Alright, let's move. Alright. Over to the neighborhood. Let's get the hot goss. Although we're not quite as charming as our white hair or white hat, white shirt, heavy V-neck, sexy investigator. Seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. We don't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go in alone. Alright, I'll go check the house. So, the Shiriashi's household. Is there a chance that Michio didn't actually kill herself? It might be for the best that we didn't find her parents. What we got around here? It's quiet. This place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going. But it seems like everyone's decided to stay inside because of the recent incidents. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, you're back. No luck, boss. No one home? Doesn't look like it. Knocked for a while, nobody came to the door. Glanced in the window, but there was no sign of activity inside either. Saw about 3 newspapers stuffed in the mailbox. Alright. Move. No, nowhere to go. Nowhere to move. No moving. I guess we suspend. Can I currently progress any further? Okay. Suspending it. I guess here? Is it 9 a.m.? There we go. Oh, do I have to... Okay. I think I have to... resume. And we will start at the high school. We should be able to suspend here, right? We'll go through this. There we go. That's... Boss, what is it? You want to talk to those girls? I do! Let's go talk to those young girls. Woo! Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, hero. Huh? What? I know that pentagram in your hair from anywhere. Hey, aren't you? You must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws we've heard so much about. Say that again. Sorry about that. He's with me, Mr. Tsumi. If that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my work conditions. I'd prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, we can do whatever you want. Boss's treat. Really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go on a fancy sushi place. Oh yeah, like one of those places in Ginza? I've never been. Let's go. That's the face of goddamn. That's great. We got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are at our service. Hold on now. What just happened? I never said I'd... Sushi? Looking forward to it, boss. Wait, since when are you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand-up. Be the worst stand-up crew. Scene of the crime. What's that rope all about? It indicates where Chiriichi's body was found. They moved his body, but that way we can still have an idea of how it was found. Yikes, that's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all ugh. Cool. Cool, Adiro. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. Hey, I'm pretty sure she's the one that she's only asked because you were staring at it so intently. Alright, well, let's look more. That's right, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right. Traces of a curse are still lingering here. I figured as much. Does that mean Juochiri was killed by one of the Curse of the Seven Mysteries? Yes. A strong curse that always leaves behind a trace. Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess. No. I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack even without breaking a sweat? Stop it, Mr. Tsumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. And I like her. Whoa, that's amazing. Mio, you're a professional. You think? Totally. You're cool. Even in the face of death. That's awesome. Oh, when you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. Let's just keep on now, yeah. So a curse was used here, which means the curse bearer must have been in the scene too. Not necessarily, if we know that you can kill people from around the world. So a curse was used here. Oh yeah, okay. Right, surroundings. Forensics is still investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring those kids in a place like this, but there are too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it'd be good to have Mio around to see the scene too. Who's this guy? What's Jin saying? Usually easier to get Iro to do the talking when it comes to young people, but we only have a day. It'll be quicker if I take the reins on this. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of food. Let's see how this plays out. Anything on the roof? Nothing on the roof. Alright. So this is Yako Sasaki. She was with Mio. Could she be a friend? Did Mio finally make a friend? If she did, it would do this old man's heart good. But I better not say that out loud. I don't want to make her look bad. Mio Kurasuzu. She's like a disciple of the Paranormal Affairs Chief. I've heard that she helps out with investigations free of charge under the guise of training. Although she's my old boss's protege, she helped me out plenty while I was in the Paranormal Affairs. She may look meek, but she's got strong spirit sense, sharp instincts, and courage. Plus, quite the brain to back it all up. That said, I can't help but think that there's some kind of darkness following her around. Let's think. What are we thinking? Sushi, huh? Well, that'll solve the case. A small price to pay. I agree. Sushi is not a heavy price to pay for doing a case like this. I'll take expenses at the Paranormal Affairs later. Yeah, easy. You don't have to pay for it. This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? This is a random girl you know already involved in the case. This is a little bit of a coincidence. Huh? You want to talk to me? You'd probably better off asking Mio. Yeah, I would, but sure. So, how much are you able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone evoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather the soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. At least, that's my hypothesis. Sounds about right so far? I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appears before those who wanted the rite of resurrection, the rite, at the locales of the 7 mysteries. We've managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including one I got first, the Evergreen Beach. You got 3 already? Wow. We have the cursed stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me, Yako, the girl standing behind me. Oh. She does. Is she alright? We could take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two then. I do want to talk to you. Okay, I guess I'll just talk to Mio. What are we thinking? Talking about sushi thing? Yeah, still thinking about sushi. Same. Same, bro. Alright. Thank you. Please keep collecting the other cursed stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, I got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school, you were here last night? Yes, you see... Tell them about our little spirit board. Huh? You're using a spirit board? That's so cool. So that's when you ran into the cursed echoes. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The cursed echoes we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg. Alright. The one-sided read. This is bad. Huh? What's so bad about that one? Yeah, you are literally an idiot. What are you talking about? It's from Fumnedge, bro. Yeah, he admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. But if that's the case, Nijima might have been here last night. I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... Who's Nijima? No clue. There we go. Back to the great song. Oh, still thinking about sushi. Is that all you can think about there, bud? What else do we think? Certainly well versed in the paranormal. Let's just get over the darkness. The darkness. She believes in a thing called love. All right. Let's get into this. Put a stop to the Feast of Shadows. It would help if I knew more about how the curses of the 7 mysteries first came about. In that case, you're probably better off talking to that crabby researcher guy. I mean, Mr. Arashi? I would very much like to talk to him. Alright, he's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if one of his students is doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. Tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his paper. Alright. Kuryokyo Cafe in Kamizawa. Thanks, we'll head over there now. School rules say we're not allowed to go to the cafes, though. Don't worry about it, I'll allow it. Thank you. Huh? That's all it takes. Alright. So Nijima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown tonight? He's trying to get your daughter too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. So just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night? Well, as far as we know, there was us, Mr. Junotree, and one of our classmates, Hitomi. Don't forget old man Ashimiya. Wait, Hitomi? You mean Hitomi Okuda? Second year student? Well, yes, why? Boss. So she was here last night. I saw Hitomi earlier, though. She didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did? Did you talk to her? Yes. Would you mind if we asked her a few questions about that? Tomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid of becoming a suspect. So I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. I see. Don't worry. This is about a different matter. Different matter? Oh, you mean about that police officer, Mr. Yoshimiya. Yoshimi. You know about that? Say something about him? Yes, she did, actually. It's like the most intense conversation that busts back to this song. Great. Perfect direction. Alright, let's talk about her. Hitomi said that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did? What was it? It was a little, Omiori charm. Yoshimi gave her a talisman. Apparently, he also asked her to look for another one just like the one that Michio had. What kind of talisman could they be, boss? Doesn't ring a bell. If Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath, it must have been pretty important. Did they find the talisman on Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve before she died. Right. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except for Mr. Yoshimi. I'm no good, huh? I was a friend with Yoshimi, though. You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary if you're a cop. But I doubt that'll be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then. Do you think she'd talk to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? Oh, they have! She told me about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her. Alright, we better find her fast. Haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying. If we're talking about people who were at the school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear of the details. There was someone else. Apparently, Hitomi actually saw Mr. Jonuchiri getting cursed and killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information. Well, she said what happened was... nonsense. Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jonuchiri. Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. That must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Jonuchiri was killed by a curse that someone had to have been, whether it was Michio or not. Why'd you always give me kissy face? Damn, boss, you don't think you really could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what I've heard, does sound plenty of reason to be vengeful. Calm down, kissy face. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. Still, it's still possible that Nijima's behind Jurichiri's death. But what about Hitomi's story? About this janitor, Ashiyamiya, was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here? Huh? Why are you interested in him at all of a sudden? I only just transferred to the school, though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks. I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all this. Huh? Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of a proper rehabilitation, you see. So what do you... No way. Ario, have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked last night's shift. He might still be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. All right, there we go. Whoa, boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere. No. That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashiyama? Oh man, seriously hated getting his picture taken. He'd always avoided it. Well, yeah, a little suspicious. Call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. I think I have I've got the old cheer squad upstairs going. We can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I'll contest HQ right away. And now we're back to the jazz. Oh no, we're in serious business. All right, let's talk about it more. Oh my, I didn't expect this at all. Yeah. How could the old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that? To think he was close to us this whole time. Ugh, gives me the chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Let's hope it isn't already too late. Oh, I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. What? I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then... Could it have been the old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building, too. What? You did? Yikes, good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, long arm of the law, help us. Sorry, Mio. A-cab. There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all of this for a reason. I want to find out why. Mayo Chiwozawa. Mayo Chorizo. We'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay. I'd be willing to give Tomi's contact information to her. Oh, right. And one more thing. Tomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions on the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. What? So this was a Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I will. Well, I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Is he with the PAB? Yes. Nagagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. All the paranormal All of Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nagagoshi cases. Geez, what's up with that? Yeah, wouldn't that just be give it to the person investigating the case? That amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. Okay. Alright. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Do you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first. Ah, I see. We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair as well. Tell her, hero. Alright. Keep in mind that it's just a theory, though. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't suicide, but a vehicular collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi to, it seems, have his doubts about it being a suicide. What? A van? Speeding? Truck couldn't? We're gonna get isekai'd. Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay? A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. In the passenger seat, a woman. Yako. Huh? Yes? Wait, was I? Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. Disgusting. Yeah, I'm okay, I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. It's no problem. As long as you're okay. That's quite the surprise, though. Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he? Well, he didn't give me any specifics if you're wondering about that. So I don't know what was truly Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea what Jonichiro was so scared of Michio? Well, about that. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but I'm glad they're going to brush over. We don't need to hear all those disgusting details again. I see. Well, I have expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's hard to explain. I wonder what he got his hands on and be able to blackmail her like that. Because her daddy's a murderer. What happened? What happened? What do we got? We gonna think? You think about sushi still? Junichiro was almost definitely killed by a curse. But I wonder about the exact cause of death. If the curse's origins caused the death or connected, could give us another lead. Hey boss, Forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Boss! They found this on the ground, short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon? Yeah, kind of used to tie up your hair. What? Seen this ribbon before. You have? Go on then. That's the ribbon Michio always used to wear. What? Doesn't that mean Michio was here? Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Then, did she come back to life somehow? But how? Yeah, but how indeed? If I was Michio and came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She's got her revenge on Juno Tree, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Well, what about the guy who killed her on the collision? She really did come back to life. It is a terrible sad that she's spending her new chance at this life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. Alright. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you. Don't worry. You were a big help, thank you. We should start our search for Nijima and Mayu Chorizo. Mayo Chorizo. It may be worth it to check out Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you. And good luck. We'll go and talk to Mr. Arishi about ways to lift the curse. Alright, boss. Let's go whenever you're ready. Hell yeah. Bam. Bam, bam. Oh, they're talking to this. They're talking to Mr. Seiman. Dead or alive. Haru and Richter visited Michio's house, having determined to be her key player in the unresolved kidnapping case from a year before. As the complicated story begins to unravel, they encounter two men. Now there's three hotties here. What's this woman gonna do? Oh, me. Ma'am, allow me to introduce to one of our country's most elite detectives. The name's Juniro. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here is the brilliant Chief Inspector Tsutsumi, and yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting me or putting me down. So you two are detectives? This is my client, Miss Haru Shigemiya. Her father is a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A bigwig named Shigema? But boss, you know this guy? Shit, I've heard the name, but I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. There's no need to worry. I'm my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this. Oh! Did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy. Again this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. It ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull. Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up your criminals with a smile. That's our motto. That's the stupidest motto ever. How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on 1 second. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. I thought we might cause trouble standing in the middle of the streets talking like this, so far we haven't caused any attention. Then again, that might be just because nobody wants to get involved with this case. Probably fair. I'm gonna look up Richter Kai. It seems like we're acquainted. Seems like they're acquainted, but also like they haven't talked in a long time. Let's look at Juniro. A young and energetic detective. Seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer just like him. He seems like he's got a lot of experience working on the streets. Most of the officers I know are in the bureaucratic desk jockey types. The contrast is rather striking. So these detectives are out here because of the recent string of strange deaths. It's best we keep quiet about our involvement with the curses. Yeah, they're gonna find out pretty soon, I'm assuming. I guess knowing how to deal with the cops is also part of an investigator's job. Not quite. These two used to be my comrades is all. Comrades? That's right. Richter used to be part of the police force himself. He quit a few years ago to go solo. Is that so? You should give it a try, Hero. There's more freedom in working as a private investigator. I can't say much for the quality of life, though. It's been 2 years, right? I hadn't heard of you since you quit. I didn't think your business would last, but here you are. You sure don't want to return to the force? We'd take you back with open arms. What? Sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? I'll take a pass. I don't belong in that world. Come on, Richter. We need your talent. The public needs you. Nah, you don't. This is my calling. The police will manage just fine without me. I'll keep on trying. I'll keep on tying up your loose ends, saving little birdies you abandon. Let's talk to you. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something you'd like to confirm with you. And that is? Do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Honjo? Sorry, Chief, that's hardly... With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. If you insist. What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? I can't say I know much. Is that so? Well, sorry for the intrusion. He's a living bullshit detector. There's no way. No way he didn't catch up on that. What do we got here? I can't believe you were actually part of the police force. Oh, there's a story behind everything, ma'am. I don't regret my time in the force. I wouldn't have the connections I have today without it. Come to think of it, I heard something about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. That happened to be Mr. V-Neck? Wait a second. I assume they were talking about you, investigator. Well, I won't argue that I'm a strange, conspicuously dressed in white. As it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you write anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary, I guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were acting about curses just now. Would you, a public servant, be interested in the occult? Boss, Richter's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you got to say. Of course. Something is happening in Honjo, isn't there? It must be something big if they got you, the head of the office guys, out on it. Well, I guess it's alright. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richter. Shit's going down with curses. Huh. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul drakes to perform the rite of resurrection. And these cursed stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Honjo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see any reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get this situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I've never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into all this. But if we're talking shady characters, there's this middle-aged fellow on the south, Worrygetsui Street. He had an average build. Very anxious, like he was searching for prey. Boss, what do you think? Considering the location, it could have been Hideko Ariishi. We already got his curse stone. Impressive. You two are working quick. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. And bullshit. And he can tell. He knows. Any little birds to pick up? Nope. Well, we'll just let's talk to this goober. What brings you here, Richter? You on a case? That's right. I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year? Oh, I remember now. You're that, Haru Shigami, from the kidnapping case. Huh? Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Masuda Shigami's grandson was kidnapped. Which must have been your son, ma'am. Indeed, the story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret. And unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why now I'm on the job. They never caught the culprit, huh? It's rough. So your findings have brought you to this place then? That's right. Individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to? That's right. As of last week, they deceased, and we hoped to talk to the family. No one's home when I checked in last time, so we figured we'd try again. Interesting. If you see any characters looking like they might be carrying a cursed stone, it'd be a huge help if you let us know. Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you could lend a hand in our case too? There's a number of people we can't track. Finding missing persons happens to be your specialty now. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith of my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests in the order in which they come. I see. I can't say that's not fair. What do you need? What do you need a private investigator for anyways? The cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this is an ordinary case we're dealing with here. It's true. What do we got here? Huh? By the way, that reminds me, Richter. Yeah? You said the person who used to live here died last week? Did you be referring to Michio Shiriashi by chance? You knew? I thought so. It seems like we're here for the same reason then. Seriously, Michio was involved in curses and magic. Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking for Yoshimi case. Yoshimi? Oh right. Hijime Yoshimi. That's right. He died on the job. I'm sure you heard of it. I heard. It was most unfortunate loss. So there's the connection between Hijime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had something to do with the kidnapping? Talk about unforeseen developments. Engaging information should prove mutually beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn, I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell you the truth. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Jonochiri? So, he wasn't just mumbling nonsense. What? I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard around the evidence we found point to that direction. Testimony? You mean from those psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there's a chance that Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's true then, did you figure something out? Oh my god. Kanichiro Iwai. Huh? Kanichiro Iwai. He'll be the next victim. We have to open the door to Shiriashi's house. We need to look inside. Hey, what's gotten into you, boss? I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that could take? We asked for permission later. Okay, Richter. Hey, Richter, calm down. We can't just break into houses, bro. Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Everybody, come quick. Look at this. Well, I hope you're all ready for some probably horrific images. Ah! Whoa. What's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here. Whoa. Could that be Michio's dad? Nah, he's her stepdad at best, if that. It's got to be the body of Kenichiro Aiwa. Okay, bald guy, evil, yes, but not the main villain. Unfortunate. There's no doubt about it, this man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I'd say it happened last night. Arrow, did you find Yoichiro's body in the same state? Now that you mention it, looks the exact same. It looked as though Koi Jonichiro had died from a numerous of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shiriashi. She's alive. She used the power of the curses to get back at the men who ruined her life. That's ridiculous. You suggest she's actually revived? It's gotta be that. And if she's alive, then who do they find dead? My apologies for interrupting. I know we just arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiriashi never died? But seeing as you come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And so, I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo is Michi Shiriashi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? It's gotta be Midoroshi Park, right? Hold on. Okay, Whispering Canal, no. Fool's Procession, no. Beckoning Light, no. Clappers, we know. Who's that? The Takeo, right? Large drum atop the tower. Fire, most towers, wooden blocks. Residents, permitted drums. The drums make sense. Once I read Ever-Burning Lantern. 21. Haha, I see. That's what you think. Let's take a moment and reconsider what we know and choose again, shall we? Okay. So, Michio killed Jonichiro. Killed her dad. Who's over there. School there. 8 a.m. This both happened last night. Oh, was it? Congratulations. Okay, that's fair. Alright. Yeah, so it's actually... It may have been easier to reach a conclusion had you considered the cause of death. Let's go back to the story then, shall we? Taking up enough of your time. So, hold on. What is it? It's the Fool's Procession. Kills by fatal fall. Ah. Okay. Duh. What? You really think Michio Shirashi is alive? I think it threw, and it becomes obvious. It tracks, but do you really think that girl could have managed all of this? First of all, Iro, go report this to HQ. Understood. I'll get on it right away. I'll start investigating this place. I'm sure it sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs looking at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person plastered on the wall. Huh? Whoa, hold on, these photos. It's Corpse Grinder. These are all of Fumichika Nijima. Gross. Gross indeed. Really? Come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there's even more pasted up on over there. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about Nijima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. Look at these pictures of Nijima cut out from the newspaper and the magazines. Whoever put these was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. You think these Shiriashis are somehow connected to Nijima case? Perhaps they did this as not forget the grudge or something. It's crazy to think Nijima might be involved in all this too. Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. Man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a stone. He announced that from sundown today he'll go into killing spree. Oh dear. There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get hold of this bastard. So he hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nijima murders either. You don't say. That's right. We talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found a hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say. You were the kid from back then. You were really brave. You did a great deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea. So you two have met before. Fancy that. I've been worried that Nijima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite the resentful type. Oh dear. That asshole. I wonder who put the idea into his head. Now he's got the one-sided read, too. He's threatening to massacre people in the Honjo at sundown. Seriously? On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. Damn, that's quite the threat. Certainly you can't afford to stay put here. The fucker wants to get us all antsy. Then finally, when I finally get arrested him, I'll be with a cool head. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Aiwa and Fukushima Nijima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Nijima's location. Let's hope so. More cutouts. The person in the photos must have been obsessed with Nijima. Nijima's victims, perhaps it was the opposite. The opposite. What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration? But then... old books. There's old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'd be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. No, I don't want that. I want old books. I want to look at the old books more. Alright. What do we got? Can't move around on the screen. We're going to go to the drawer. This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside? Huh? I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch this thing, right? Right, Iro isn't here, so let's take a look at it. Just clothes in here, not much of variety either. Can't say we're big spenders. Well, I was hoping to find some kind of talisman here, but we're not so lucky. I see. Thank you anyways. Floor. It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They're magical runes. They're used in Western black magic rituals, those damn Westerners. Most of the time, they're useless imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited about it. Oh my. Who knew the chief inspector was such an expert on the occult? I just chanced upon that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd, if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it. Let's learn about Western black magic, shall we? While magic is often classed as a branch of mysticism, or many variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers specifically to Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the purest of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as scientific. A scientific fact and would eventually evolve into what we know today as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly. Black magic. The practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable subject studied by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower classes. It was the common people who suffered most from the ills of the day, war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, these rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in the orthodox modes of the teachings, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility. Silly Westerners. Let's look at the floor some more. Looks like the things spread around have been like this for a while now. This ritual, or whatever, is something attempted upon recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. You think Iowa was the one chanting it? Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shiriashis as well. If we look through these books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they're trying to do. Decorations? They're candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. These tools for some ritual. Hey, don't touch anything, you hear? Ah, that's right. Considering this is a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as it is. All of this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensic toys with it, it'll cause trouble down the road. We don't want trouble down the road. It's time to use my head and think. This place is disgusting. Did Michio Shiriashi really live here? Yeah, probably, unfortunately. The sliding door leads to the kitchen. It barely fits the frame. We paint a look at these later. Okay, look at the corpse. There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but it looks like him. I'd say he's Ken Kichiro Aiwa. Aiwei. You've seen him before? I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have had held any respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, you'd better not look too closely. It's amazing. Yeah. Cruel is what it is. Yeah, it is a bit cruel. The same man in every picture. Is that Nijima? Wow. It's quite the spectacle. I don't think I've ever managed to erase this from my mind. Don't worry, Richter. You're quite the spectacle yourself, you little spectacle devil. Do you mean to compare me with the likes of the bizarre criminal? These aren't just cutouts from publications, they're even snapped a number of shots of their own. They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many of the pictures? Whatever the case, it's certain they're obsessed. It's in the window. With the window and the storm shutters closed, no light gets in here at all. Pitch black. The neighbors mentioned they started to keep the house shut like this not long ago. What are we thinking? Place disgusting. Alright, time to look at the old books. What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. It seems to be a book on Western black magic, which we just learned all about. The same rules are written here alongside detailed description of the procedures. I suppose you'd call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me, though. You think this Iowa guy was studying them, perhaps to perform some kind of ritual? There are a bunch of handwritten notes beside the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. Iowa doesn't look like the type to be into this stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here is the rune for a restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous. Resurrection? Like a rite? I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. What's this? This looks like a journal. Probably. I was. A journal? His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he's writing a report for someone. Oh wow. Now this is something. What is it? What did he write? What's in the book? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So, this Kenichiro, Iowa fellow, he's been searching for a spell to restore youth for years. So he was into black magic from the start. He believed he could learn to successfully perform the spell. He could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded after he acquired the grimoire. You don't say. It's starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Nijima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. That's nearly too much of a coincidence. That is way too much of a coincidence. Likely not a coincidence. It seems like Iowa took an interest in the Nijima murders after he made the news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man. Worshipped Nijima of all people. This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. Iowa had been collecting all the photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Nijima, he made sure to get in contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having all laid out like this, the thought of Nijima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, it's a shock to me too. For years, I've been scratching my head over the motives behind Nijima murders. Yep, been a mystery to all of us from the very start. Whoa, now, wait just a minute. Do you think? No way, are you saying? That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for this sacrificial offerings match up exactly. The acts carried out by Nijima. You gotta be kidding me. So that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic? That's what the evidence suggests. However, Nijima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but Iowa had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think of all this stuff a fantasy, but that doesn't refute Nijima or Iowa were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You're telling me that nutjob did all this for some hokey-pokey resurrection. Shit, resurrection. That means they must have been someone Nijima wanted to bring back to life. Damn, that's it. That has to be it. Fucking hell. It's all making sense now. What is it? About the Nijima murders. There's some information that has been kept from the public. Yes. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby. A baby. It was a girl. Looked to be about 6 months old. She was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So, was Nijima the father? He told us he found her under a bridge. Found her? She was abandoned? I've heard of parents threatening to leave their children under a bridge as a threat, but I didn't think it would really happen. Ah, I suppose there's those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers, so it's not without precedent. That's grim, dude. What the hell? Whatever the case, we've never found out the truth. But there's some rumors back then that could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of this. Many believe Nijima's guilty of more crimes than what he got convicted. But then, a lot of girls went missing. Yeah, I remember all of that. Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant. Goodness. Yeah, that is horrific. He killed her and dismembered her body. And we went through maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside her. Don't misunderstand me. This is all speculation on top of more speculation here. But I for one never believed a man who would just take a baby he found under a bridge. Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We're just running on speculation back then. But now this whole resurrection magic has come into play. We should consider the possibility it was his child. And maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. Just another theory. But my life would be a tad easier if it were true. That's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nijima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is as good as a guess as any. Alright, the fact obtained with the cursed stone suggests that the interest in the rite of resurrection. Damn, you're right. And here I was thinking that it was the only one after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector? Yeah? What happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, the best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. It's fair. Well, I'm glad she was taken care of. Well, there you go. That was a terrible story. Let's look at some old books again, I guess. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in the journal. We know Iowa had managed to obtain the grimoires thanks to the advice from his idol, Nijima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick. Hell yeah. Cryptocurrency. Right. Though he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. And get this. It was the one and only queen and chairwoman of Hihaku Soap herself, Natsu Yamamori. Wait, the chairwoman of the soap? So, that's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The queen, yes, queen of Hihaku, has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived, and she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. That's why they want the things. Magic, rituals, and rites, she's used whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like. So, she would even throw her money at the occult. The places greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to... Yep. She presumed funded his research of the Rite of Resurrection as well. That's what it all points towards. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounced at the rumor of the Rite of Resurrection. It's starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumors of having godly powers. It's a convenient cover if she becomes young again. Godly powers? What's that all about? Ah, you can ignore that. Either way, I think Iowa took the payment he was getting for his research to seduce a family into taking him, keep a low profile. The Shiriashi family, Michio and her mother, Toshio, were just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am? Huh? Does that have something to do with me? No, you can't mean. You've realized then, perhaps. Yeah. What? Ma'am, please calm down. That wasn't it. Oh. Then what do you mean? Ma'am, calm down. I will... moved in with the seriousness to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to reform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I was going about it. So it was Iowa, this man. Iowa worshipped Nijima, so he must have also despised Nijima's detractors. Not to mention, he was captured and sent to jail once before, surely. He had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had a chance to both avenge Nijima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time... Fuck. You got it. Iowa kidnapped Haru, Shigima's son, and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. You're telling me, then, that this horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child? I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnappers seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. You must have used Michio to lure your boy's defenses, then kidnapped him on his way back home. That man. Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but this must be... Remember to breathe. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. This isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices, what a stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, ma'am, let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't you get some fresh air? I can't believe this. This is... Chief, I think it's best we take our leave. Before we go, there's one more important piece of information on his journal. Iwagard got in contact with Nijima last year after Nijima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodations and financial support. Is that so? Managed to find a hideout for Nijima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use his money to support the Shiriashis, he seems most went to Nijima instead. If Nijima lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably in that hideout. Did he write where it is? Unfortunately, no. Not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. I've never met Nijima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up, among other things. What good is that information? The girl's already dead. No, wait. She's alive. That's right. Michio Shiriashi is alive. You can find her and get her to talk. You can get her to spill the beans. Don't spill the beans. On his hideout too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. This lady's not well. Yeah, what's the person of interest? Ah. There's time in prison. Deceased body was discovered in the Shirogasi home. Kenichiro once made a living by placing his advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. What a good guy. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things and people were simple. I liked it back better when people could say what they wanted. And has nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, back into a place where I could sell people phony magic. What a dink. Kenichiro was discontent with his life spent poking around society cesspools to make a few coins. When the Nijima murders were widely reported in the media, it had great impact on Kenichiro as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society, perceiving Fumachika Nijima as a great hero. He began collecting every piece of information he could on the man. Kenichiro was later arrested for his illegal business practices. In a chance meeting with Nijima during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Nijima's talk of black magic and following his release, acquired a grimoire he had hidden away. As for Tokashiro Shiriichi, Kenichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at a part-time job when he learned that Shiriishi's family was in financial trouble and could not afford to send Michio to college. He turned a little charm on and took advantage of the weakness by offering them money. He revealed his true colors, however. After moving in with the family and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michio under his thumb, all the while, his belief in black magic deepened and found a sponsor in the Hihaku Corporation. Kenichiro forced the Shiriashi family to perform various rituals, with any attempt to resist being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hihaku offered Kenichiro great sums to intensify his work with the black magic, he set his mind up to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Suichi Shigeyama, the son of Haru Shigeyama, against whom Fumachika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michiko so as not to alarm the boy, and when she resisted, he beat her mother 20 times. With Michio's assistance, Kenichiro kidnapped Surichi and locked him up in Surichi's house, and told the young and courageous boy that he'd kill Michio if he tried to run. Alright, well, it's brutal. While his actions were motivated by personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and break down in public order. So Kenichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding a ransom from the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of Nijima murders. Infuriated, Kenichiro had Toshiki perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michio if she refused. Toshiko killed Suichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which Kenichiro blamed her. Warning Michio to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother, Kenichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later in the Sumada River after floating through several canals in Honjo. Having drifted for days in the polluted waters, little evidence remained. Although Kenichiro performed no further sacrifices, his devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko had Michio spend their days consumed by guilt and forced to continue serving Kenichiro until the day they died. Well, this bald bastard is definitely one of the true villains of the game. So yeah, bald equals bad. That was a rough one. Are you feeling any better now that we've got some fresh air, ma'am? I'm fine. Suddenly finding out that the kidnapper was really made me to... who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits. We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here. You're right, but Richter, I feel grateful towards Michio. Because she killed the kidnapper. There's that too. But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Soul dregs, I mean. Hey, Richter. Whether the kidnapper's dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Nijima is planning to cause a massacre to collect the soul dregs, then all the better. I won't give up on the resurrection. So I'm counting on you. Yeah, she went... she's delving too deep. Delving too deep, but... yeah, let's do it. Let's go see what... Let's go talk to this Seiman. The rite of resurrection is the inception of this whole affair. Yako and Mio decide to confront the man responsible for spreading rumors of the first place. In the first place, they find him at frequent stomping grounds, the cafe. Let's get to it. You know, normally you'd be breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. I'll be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police. Remember that. We know. We'll be okay. So, what do you want to ask me? First, saw this guy. Hell yeah. Look at that. Beautiful. A cafe.
I've never been to one before. How exciting. It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke, but... Oh, what kind of cafe is this? Oh, I guess this is based in like the 80s. So you're just smoking like crazy inside. Alright, a coffee shop in the south Warisegu Street. Kurokikyo Cafe, a convenient location, has made its favorite of the businessmen in the neighborhood, although formally a relaxing location where classical and jazz music were played. Where's the classical jazz music played? The cafe has begun incorporating some pop songs into its playlist at the request of customers. The most popular menu item is pilaf, served with a black coffee, although cream soda topped with a large scoop of ice cream is also a popular choice. Fashionable cafes featuring jazz and live performances were in vogue until the mid-Showa era, when the number of cafes offering a carefully brewed cup of coffee in a relaxed atmosphere began to increase. Many of these locations, although have public telephones, make them convenient meeting places. However, they also developed a reputation as hangout spots for delinquents, leading to a large number of schools to forbid their students from patronizing them. In recent years, table arcade games have become a big hit, affording cafes installing them a steady stream of customers. Very good. Some nice light lore after all that heavy lore we just got. That's it? Just to go over and check out that? Alright. Now I'm going to talk to your face then. About my curse stone. Echo, if you would. Alright, we wanted to ask you about this. Oh my, a curse stone. An Akome mask. That must mean the Fool's Procession. You two were in the school last night. Damn. There of all places. Yako, you're one of them. You're a curse bearer? Please calm down. Your reaction is too intense. It's like kind of scaring me. Sorry about that. I'm afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it you wanted to know about your curse stone? I think just flattering him, right? It's just a brilliant teacher like you must know an awful lot about these curse stones. Yeah, he wants the recognition from everyone. Well, it's true that I'm likely a person well-versed in the matter. You're the only one that can count on, Mr. Arashi. Won't you help us, please? Oh, am I now? In that case, there is no harm in bearing what I have to ask. Thank you. Let's see. Why is everything with the Rite of Resurrection and the 7 mystery curse stones happening now? Oh, taking an interest now that you've received one of the curses, have you? Sounds like a researcher. Starting your questioning with your subject's origins. Mr. Arashi, you're not the one who triggered the curse, are you? No, I'm afraid I had nothing to do with that. Rather, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. Then do you know of the ancient Omyodo ritual, known as the Feast of Shadows? What is that? Something for the occult? Miss Kurosu, you look like the type to be interested in those things, but it's outside my field of expertise. In that case, why do you think the right curses have appeared now? I believe this is the intentional work of someone. It's certainly not something that would happen by accident. Why is it you want to know? Well, may not tell us anything if we say that we're trying to stop the curse. We need to make something up. Okay, our option is make something up. Well, you see, we just have such an intellectual curiosity, and I think it would really help our research. I see, now that you mention it. Seems like he's reluctant to answer. How about...
Let's be disappointed in him. Oh, I figured you would know since you're smart. How disappointing. How dare you? You make it sound like I'm stupid. You couldn't be more wrong. Do you realize how devoted I am to my research? Allow me to first elucidate you regarding the author of the Record of Fates. A special privilege, might I add, since I have yet to publish this in a paper. Okay. Thanks for the lore, bro. The Record of Fates was written 200 years ago, in the latter half of the Edo period. It was written by a skilled, yet well-known omnioji called Seiman. This is important stuff. If nothing else, remember this. Seiman? I've never heard of him. Seiman? I've never heard of him. I'm sure you haven't. He was born into fame, into a famed omnioji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, so his real name barely exists in records. Or, so it is written by the Record of Fates. As brilliant as Seiman was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into research of the Rite of Resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with the forbidden ritual, he was expelled from his family, and eventually found himself in Honjo in Ito. The Record of Fates are writings Seiman recorded on the road to Ito. So he wrote how to perform the rite itself. The Rite of Resurrection makes use of Abe no Seiman's specialty, the Taizan Fukun ritual, a means of communicating with the afterlife. He uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of dead spirits that have been called. Oh wow, I never knew something like that existed. Thus, it is thought only the ones who can use it through those the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. So the Rite of Resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, the soul dregs are gathered and infused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual. It can be completed. The contents written of the Record of Fates ends there. There's no more? What about the 7 mysteries or the cursed stones? There's nothing written about them in the Records of Fate. The cursed stones are separate from the Rite of Resurrection. Their curse is one used to enable one who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. Huh. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why it's like actually a curse. Officially appointed government position. This is what Omnioji is. An officially appointed government position with the Bureau of Omnioji in medieval Japan. Omnioji were tasked with performing divinations and rituals. They would employ the Chinese philosophies of yin and yang and wuxing, the 5 elements, to compose astronomical charts and almanacs. Sure. High-ranking practitioners used a variety of mystical arts, including one that was brought natural disasters to curses. Omnioji were also tasked with exorcising demons through the usage of shikigami. I think those are death demons. Good old death demons. Omnioji thrived during the Heian period, in part due to the work of the famous Omnioji and the later founder of the Tsuchi Makedo clan, Abe no Semei. However, Omnioji began gradually decline as the number of samurai gained control of Japan. At the same time, many of their miraculous arts were lost among with the development of civilization. Although the services of Omnioji were typically reserved for the upper classes, there were a number of shomoji, or hidden Omnioji, who worked for the common folk. Got some more lore on the Rite of Resurrection. According to the Record of Fate, this is a mysterious ritual was devised by the gifted Omnioji, Abe no Seiman. It converts the soul of the dead bound for the underworld with soul drags, sacrificing through the Taisen Fukun ritual. The secret art of converting souls to soul drags is out of reach to all but the most skilled practitioners. Nice. Oh, is this kidnapping? Yeah, we know about the kidnapping. We don't need more of that. Alright, how are the 7 mysteries related to the right? Excuse me? What is it? You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the rite of resurrection and the origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo were related somehow. What proof did you have of that? You really know your stuff. But about that was somewhat sensationalized piece of writing for the occult magazines. Oh, really? It was just nonsense then? Not exactly, rather. Not a complete fabrication, but there is a basis for it, and that is, well, I suppose there's no harm in telling a couple of students so passionate about this topic. Thank you. This is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the Records of Fate. It was just after Seiman arrived in Honjo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Honjo. A conflict over a resurrection of the dead. I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. That's the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. It's called... I call this tragedy the Honjo incident, and it has long been subject of my research. And I suspect that this Honjo incident might be the very origins of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. So what you're saying is, the resurrection ritual at the root of this Honjo incident is Seiman's rite of resurrection. Yes, that is how the Record of Fates ties everything together. To put it chronological order, first, Seiman brought the rite of resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point, Seiman was likely using a different name. Then, in Honjo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite. Then the Honjo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interested party, preventing it from being a record in the history fully. Eventually, it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. That's more or less the course of events. During the Edo period, a chain of events that occurred around a certain resurrection spell became the basis for the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. Good stuff. So that's how they are connected. Then if I'm getting this right, the 7 mysteries were basically required to gather the soul dregs necessary for the rite. How are the 7 mysteries related to the rite? Ha 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 ha. And there's more. With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I've been more confident in my theory. Yes, the reason for it being the resentful memories of the 7 mysteries etched into those receiving the cursed stones. Resentful memories. Yako, you really are a curse bearer. When you obtained your curse stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind. Oh, I did! Exactly. Those memories are what happens to the final moments of the 9, who died in the Honjo incident. Broadly speaking, they involved in dying the bearer some kind of deep resentment. 9 victims became 9 curse echoes, which over time to be spoken of as the 7 mysteries, thus gathering the resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together. It will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honjo incident. Huh? That's why you must tell me about the resentful memory of your fool's procession, Yako. Mia, should I? Yeah, I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get. Alright. Okay, Mr. Arashi, I'll tell you about the memory of the Fool's Procession.
Excellent.
So basically, it's about a woman who died falling from the Yagoria Tower at a festival. Interesting. It's not that one of them. Not that one. What do you mean? Among the 9 victims of the Honjo incident is to say that 9 curse echoes. One of them is Seiman himself, or so I suspect. Huh? Seiman was one of the victims of the Honjo incident too, meaning an Onmyoji as powerful as him had become a curse echo. Right. It would make sense that the curse stone was tied to the curse echoes like it would be special. Power of a curse stone is different based on the curse echo. Mio, mio, mio. Then maybe with Seiman's curse echo we could... Yes. We may be able to settle this whole situation. Hey, what are you whispering about? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Yes. Yes, his name is Seiman. Maybe it's Simon, but it's definitely Seiman. About the resentful memories. Ariashi, how many resentful memories have you gathered so far? I have learned a number of them. Evergreen Beach, the Foot Washing Mansion, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and now the Fool's Procession makes 4. Of those, the most important are the Foot Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. What are they about? First, the Foot Washing Mansion. An Onmyoji appeared distinctly in this one. Really? But not Seiman. I'm afraid. A female Onmyoji who sought the right of resurrection due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her leg, which had always been taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Seiman herself. Seiman. I'm just gonna keep on calling him Seiman. It's too late now. We're too far down the hole. Her curse echo is notable for being particularly easy to fulfill her requirements necessary to use the curse. That detective did well to escape this one. So, a female Onmyoji and the rival of Seiman was involved in the Honjo incident. That certainly is interesting. Next, the Evergreen Beach. This curse echo was from a craftsman who Netsuko carving named Jinkichi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring back the dead. The right of resurrection. Precisely. This man, Jinichi, must have been in contact with Seiman. If I could just collect all of the memories, everything will be revealed, and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. And that is the knowledge I desire. Meaning you need to gather as much information as you can from the curse bearers. Precisely. I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives, but they might not even find the other curse bearers, so I must take measures of my own. What's the trigger for the curse to occur? Another thing. Yes? You never really finished about what the trigger for all of this was. Well, I don't know. Really? You're not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtain the records of fate, right? How did you really get a hold of the records of fate? To tell you the truth, we're in a race against time. It could be disastrous if we don't hurry. What are you talking about? Someone left a warning that at sundown today they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nijima murders from 20 years ago. What? Something so terrible will happen? I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Mr. Arashi, please, tell me everything you know. It's the witch. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know anything. The truth is, I was given the records of fate by a woman. A woman? What? Well, her voice sounded like a woman's, but I don't actually see what she looked like. 1 month ago, while I was investigating at night,
I suddenly heard a formless voice. A woman's voice. It said, "I entrust you with this ancient manuscript and the rites of resurrection held within its pages. Spread rumors of this ritual as far and wide as you can in the coming month." And before I knew it, the old document had fallen down at my feet. 1 month, she specified the time period. I was told that if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify the authenticity, I ended up accepting. I hadn't heard anything from the voice since then. Must have had you spread rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse, to tie together the curse and the desire to seek the right. This makes it likely that the owner of the voice is mastermind behind all of this. Hence, I went public with a record of fate. Hihaku and the occult magazines immediately jumping at the news was a financial boon for me. Hihaku? As in Hihaku soaps? Right. I mean, no, that's not important. Just some personal business. After that, I waited, trying to predict what could occur in a month's time. And that's when the curse began. Those are all the details I have. Very well. I've told you this much. I might as well give you one more thing. Thank you. And what might that be? About Seiman's record of fate. There's a sort of continuation to it. Another document called The Record of Fate's Yin Scroll. The abridged version. A continuation. Actually, a section written in Seiman's own hand was appended to the manuscript, according to which, after the Honjo incident, Seiman lamented such a calamity taking place. You thought one of the curses was him, one of the people that died was him, but he lamented it happening? How did he do that after he died? Not being very consistent there, Ariashi. Apparently, he wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became his own curse. It seems he had an idea that the victims of the Honjo incident would turn into curse echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. It supposedly detailed how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the rite of resurrection. Really? Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange? What's the matter? Miss Sasaki, do you think my information is inaccurate? Thank you. Okay, good. I'm not going crazy. If Seiman died in the Honjo incident, then he couldn't have written the addendum. You really don't get it, do you? Am I wrong? Have you forgotten the ability that Seiman possessed? Of course not. He could use the rite of resurrection. Oh, you're telling me he used it on himself. Rite of resurrection can be carried out in advance so that it activates when the soul dregs are gathered together. Then it's not possible that himself was resurrected. Then is it not possible that it's resurrected by the rite after it took place? But he'd still have to collect the soul dregs and need to use that rite. Yes, and that's why they died. The 8 others besides him. Ah. They died in the Honjo incident for their soul dregs. That sounds like the same as what happening now. That's why I need the resentful memories to learn the truth. I get it now. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scrolls and the Records of Fate were supposed to have been passed down as a set. Then I received the Records of Fate and the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, Seiman's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across the generations. It seems that over their long history, the 2 documents became separated and the scroll's location lost to the family line branched. He had descendants? There's someone out there related to him by blood even now. Yes, in fact, I've tried to trace the line as far as I could. He wasn't a well-known Omnioji to begin with, so a detailed family tree does not exist. It seems likely that the use of the manuscript has been long forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. And since they aren't even aware that they have of what they have, tracking it down is quite tricky indeed. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll. I'm sure you do. So basically, the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll, he himself wrote about ways to handle the curse and the rite, yes? That's right. I've been searching for it all this time. I haven't found a single lead. So if you two find out anything about resentful memories or Yin Scrolls, send it my way there, bud. Tell me immediately. You owe me that much for telling you all this, do you not? And that's the real extent of everything, you know. Alright. Oh my god. Whew. Alright, it is said that Seiman, Tutsumikado, author of the Record of Fates, wrote the Yin Scroll because he feared that the descendants of those who involved in the Honjo incident might become cursed and use it, using the collection of soul dregs for the rite of resurrection. The existence of the Yin Scroll was indicated in the postscript added to the Record of Fates, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. It is believed to have been inherited by a descendant of Seiman. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. If you bring me some useful information, I'll take it into consideration for your school grades as well. We're in street. We've learned a lot. So it sums it up. There's a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the rite of resurrection in the Edo period as well. And the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll may have info we want, since it details how to stop the rite. I think that's about it. Right. If we could just find the Yin Scroll, we might be able to learn how to settle the situation. But even Mr. Ariashi didn't have any leads on it, where it is. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this right now must have some connection to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curses is involved too. Alright. Alright. What do we do next? So Mio, what are we going to do next? Good question. Maybe our best information to learn... Okay. We got a pretty big clue hearing about the Record of Fate's Yin Scroll. Mr. Tasumi might know more about it. Should we go back to school then? Yeah. That's the point of contact after all. Okay. What about the mastermind? Whoever's behind the voices gave Mr. Arashi the Record of Fates. That must be the mastermind, don't you think? Yeah, and he said it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Whoever it is, I bet they're scary. Huh? You don't sound like the Yakko I know. Then let's catch him and make him spill the beans. Don't spill the beans. I thought you'd say something like that. Really? I guess I'm not really feeling that confident right now. I understand. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if it's related to that woman behind the voice, but I'm also interested in the female Omioji that was a rival of Seiman. Nearby area? Well, that reminds me, Mio. You know what's nearby here, don't you? Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean Michio's? Yeah, where it happened. I was going there every day to leave flowers, even though they always get cleared away. I'm sure it must be hard to have been reminded of Michio's death all the time. Oh, that reminds me, Yakko. Yeah? When he asked me to do the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here to do that too? Yeah, I left some flowers before going to school. Why? Did anything seem different that day? What's this all of a sudden? No, now that you mention it. That day, I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a while. But I came to it right away and felt fine, so I didn't think anything of it. I see. That's all I was wondering about. Thanks. Excuse me, girls. Well. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something you said caught my attention. And who might you be? I'm Yaruto Namigaki. I should probably tell you, till yesterday, I was a curse bearer. So that should clear things up. Curse bearer? Oh, you don't need to be scared. I've already given up my curse stone, the foot washing mansion. The foot washing mansion, so you're the one the Inspector Tsumi was talking about. Ah, you already know the Inspector. That makes this simple. There's nothing to worry about. Oh, hey. You're in the driver's seat. Yako? Yes. Wait. What? Just now. I was doing something. Sorry, Mr. Namigaki. What might be the matter? Right. I actually wanted to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me? Have a little time? Discuss something with us. You were talking about Michio Shiriashi, right? It's related to that. Huh? I'm sure you would learn a few things yourself. If not now, later is fine. I'll be waiting around Rorogoku Bridge. Something rubs me the wrong way about this, but he mentioned Michio. What do we do? Sorry, but there's something we've got to take care of. We'll have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad. I'm in no rush. I'll be waiting at the Rorogoku Bridge if you change your minds. So he was in the driver's seat when our friend got smooshed. So this is we have to talk to him to get the extra. I guess we'll get the second thing. Yeah. I know, sir. Yeah. Yeah, we got the curses. We were already been through this just now. Yeah, so we'll go talk to him. That's how we progress our storyline. Alright. I suppose we may as well hear what you have to say. Glad to hear it. Then I shall relocate elsewhere. Good, there's still people around. So, what did you want to discuss with us? Let's see. How do I put this? I'll tell you straight. I want to, you two to use your curse stones and bring Michio back from the dead. What? It's why I was pursuing the rite of resurrection in the first place. Unfortunately, I'd given up my curse stone before I could succeed. But you two are curse bearers with some kind of connection to her, which means it is a perfect opportunity for me to ask you this. Well, I'm sorry, this is all sudden. I still don't understand. Why would you want this? But exactly your relationship with Michio? Well, we met briefly once. I was so sad to hear her news of her death the other day. Right? Well, I would be grateful if you could bring Michio back, but we are already decided not to use the rite of resurrection. Is that so? Seems, however, we share a goal. Wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you if you gave me your curse stone, you know. We'll have to decline that as well. Our goal is to stop this curse. Well, that's too bad. I suppose I'll have to give up on the curse stone. Thank you for understanding. Whew! I thought he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. But why does he want to bring Michio back? He doesn't. Huh? Yako? Oh, did she go off somewhere while we were talking? No, she got kidnapped by his
wannabe girlfriend. Finally caught up to you. I don't know if you noticed me following you or not, but leaving me to a secluded place, you got guts. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking your curse stone. Either hand it over or I'll have to take it by force. Is he casting a spell? What the hell is this shit? What? Oh yeah. Well, why are you... No. She's here again. I don't understand. Wait. It was just an accident. I swear I didn't mean to. That's why I was trying to bring you back. You're already too late. Oh, damn. One ending, I guess. That was a pretty good ending. Like I had it coming. Thanks, presented by Square Enix. Well, there we go. After this, Fumishiki Nijima went to use the power of this curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with his unprecedented tragedy. Okay, maybe it's not the greatest ending. You did think it was pretty slick, that boy. Not so slick was he. And from that day on, Yako Suzuki was never heard of again. Oh. No more Yako. And he won Michio's grudge. Yeah, this is from the guys that did the Final Fantasy. All right, well, we got an ending today. Join me next Wednesday for some more Hump Day Horror, where we probably get more of the endings. I'll catch you in the next one. And, yeah. That was a good time. I had a good time. Hopefully everyone else had a good time. A lot of Seiman talk, but that's the way it goes. And, yeah. If you're watching this far on YouTube and you've made it, 4 hours or whatever into the video, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. And, yeah. I will catch you later. Peace out.